Okay, hello everyone. Hello Sharon, Charles, Kyle, Alex, and everyone else who might be watching and just isn't chatting. Welcome. I realized just as I was about to go live that I forgot to do something because you might remember last time one of you suggested that I put text, just a little quick description right below the camera of like what the approach is, what we're doing, and update that as we go, as we get new ideas, so that I don't have to keep repeating myself every time. Like every time a new person comes in and asks what the idea is, and I forgot to set that up. So I'll talk a little bit about what my idea is, what the approach is. And I will, in the meantime, I will try to write a very quick summary to put it here. So bear with me. I have to kind of remember how to put text into OBS, but I think I can figure it out. Kyle, I am not, and hello Didac, I am not doing the whole line. Not exactly. This will depend a little bit on how it goes, I guess, because so what happened when I did the Clink family redesign of that, I did a redesign of the entire family there, and it took me 8 hours. And I don't want to be streaming for 8 hours. Ideally, I would stop at about 4 hours. Sometimes it goes over 5-6 hours, and like that's okay, but 8 hours is a lot. So no, I don't plan on doing the entire line, but because there are changes from what from my idea, it would require changes to the previous stages as well. So I might just kind of sketch it up, or just draw right over the original just to show what would be different about it. But I guess once we get to the end, and once you can really see what we're doing with CONKELDURR, I guess I would encourage everyone to draw their own takes of Timber and Girder and what they would look like to evolve into the CONKELDURR that we're gonna do. I think that makes sense. Didac, I actually don't mind that much this design. CONKELDURR's line seems a boring concept to me. Star Spectrum has been waiting for a redesign of this thing. Didac, you think the proportions need to be changed? Okay, so here's a thing. People have when I announced that this is the redesign we were gonna do, people complained about all kinds of different things about CONKELDURR or the family as a whole, and it's like a lot of people don't like it, but everyone seems to dislike it for a different reason. Like some people find the veins off-putting, some people find them nice. Like I actually like the veins. Some people find the fleshy hair off-putting. That's not something that I ever really thought about, and other people don't seem to mind it either. Nobody seems to understand why the clown nose, and honestly, after doing my research, I don't either. People have complained about the proportions. There's a lot of things that could be improved about it, but people seem to disagree on which things need improving. So. And Kyle, and Sharon, I also prefer these to the Machamp line. I think that even though, there's a lot of things that's kind of off-putting, and the concept doesn't really make sense. It's got the clown nose, it's got construction, it's got destruction as well, like demolition workers. It's got maybe a carnival strongman kind of thing. The CONKELDURR is an elder, so it's like an old person too. So it's just like, it's kind of all over the place, but I think that it actually works in the end. Okay, now let me figure out how to do the yeah, that's right. Yes. Okay. How to put the text on the screen at a size that will make sense. Okay, let's try that. I'll just start with this. Test text, and I'll write the description after I figure out where it goes. Where did it go? Oh, it's it's up here. Okay. Okay. Let's see, maybe about this much space will be okay. Nicer colors, yeah, definitely. So I don't know if the text will update as I write it in here, but let me see. Okay, so it does show up. Text transform. Oh no, okay. How do I make it not go blurry? Can I make it just get bigger? I guess I need to like write it big and then make it small. Okay, so the main thing that I'm gonna do is that we're gonna base it on beavers. Beavers and construction go well together. These are Unovan Pokemon, so North American, so we're gonna focus on North American beaver. I mean, the Eurasian beaver is basically the same, but beaver, construction, that's kind of it. And like bodybuilding, I guess, because that's pretty important to it. So yeah, beavers were suggested by actually two people. Gano was the first one and did like the more in-depth suggestions there, but there was also someone on the YouTube community post, I can't remember the name now, that also suggested maybe they could be based on beavers. So that's and I just at first I was like, yeah, I don't know, maybe not, but in the, you know, like the more I thought about it, the more I did my research into like what's important about the design and what is important about the concept. I figured out, you know what, actually beavers would be okay. Beavers are going to be a good way to go. Are you going to change the steel beam and the pillars too? So that's actually something that Charon suggested, to change what they are holding. And especially if CONKELDURR is going to be a beaver, I actually really like having the concrete to be on the last line. Charon was suggesting changing it around so that it goes like wood, concrete, and steel. And that kind of makes sense because wood would be the oldest construction material, steel or concrete is pretty old, and steel is relatively new. But see, I think it makes sense to start with a beaver that builds with wood and end with a beaver that builds with concrete, because modern dams are made of concrete, right? So steel as the in-between, I don't know, but like there's rebar that goes into concrete, so if between mastering wood and mastering concrete it masters rebar is pretty important in reinforcing concrete, so, and making it actually be as durable as it is. Like, I guess it makes sense. So what else do I want to put in the description here? Beavers, construction, of course. the other damn. Oh, it's stretching beyond. Oh, okay. So you probably didn't see my typo where I actually wrote "damn" as in the not so nice word. Let's do it like this. That's still a fairly legible size, right? And I will edit. I will make it so that it's not blurry. Let's say. Does that fix it? No. Oh. I don't think I've ever worked with text in OBS, so this is challenging. Hang on. Transform. Okay, now I understand how how OBS expects me to make text bigger. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. Let's go for that and just make it smaller instead of the other way around. If it's a beaver, it's going to be less humanoid. Yes, yes. If it's going to be, it is definitely going to be end up less humanoid. Like it's still going to be a humanoid beaver, but it's going to be a beaver anyway. So it should be less off-putting in that way. I'm gonna try if I can make it work with still having the bulging veins, because I actually really like that design element. Then I'll do that, but. It might look weird on a beaver, I guess. Hello, creepy truck driver. Well, I'm working on writing like a very brief summary of what the concept is to go here, so that I don't have to repeat myself every time someone new joins the stream. But yes, okay, so they will be based on beavers, dam construction, okay, so now I have to, like, I can't draw a, like, text box exactly. Something to, I can't make it automatically wrap the words, which is what I'm used to designing books. I have to, like, independently tell it where I want the line breaks to go. No circus here, because that's the part that never seemed to make sense and like didn't seem to fit with the others, or with like the other parts of the concept. Like, what does a carnival strongman necessarily have to do with construction? So, yeah, and like bodybuilding is still kind of different, but at least construction workers tend to be muscular. Okay, I think this is enough for now to give newcomers a sense of where we're going with this, and I can expand the chat box a little bit. This is enough, right? Actually, let me just add a little there. Can I make this bold? I probably can't. Yeah, okay. Okay. And if we make significant changes to the concept as we go, I will edit. Oh, creepy truck driver. Yeah, I should put that into the description because no, yeah, I should put that into the description. Yeah. There. So yeah, probably we will only be redesigning CONKELDUR, but as I was saying before, like I'm going to redesign CONKELDUR, and then I might want to just kind of signal what kinds of changes would be necessary to Girder and Timber to kind of make this new CONKELDUR work, because it is going to be a fairly significant like concept. So I think it's going to need to have some changes to the other two, but because I don't want to be here for 8 hours, I'm only going to focus on CONKELDUR, and then we'll see like how much I do of the other two. Okay. What about a progression with the first stage having to use both hands, second one using one hand, and the third one having one on each, in terms of one watt on each? What if Kanto was in alternate dimension? What are all the starter Pokemon or swap types? Professor Oak is an old lady. Oh, that's a lot. Maybe a 5-minute sketch for the other ones. What I was thinking is just like either just like tracing over them, or literally just drawing over the originals to show it would be different. But I'm going to do that last. I'm going to focus on doing CONKELDUR first. Like we'll figure out CONKELDUR, and then we can kind of work backwards. So. Why? Where's? Okay. Photoshop, are you behaving? Oh, okay. Photoshop is not behaving. I may need to restart Photoshop before I even start doing anything. Photoshop is just not responding. Okay. Can I even tell you to close? Jeez. Okay, had to force Photoshop to quit before we even started. Isn't that exciting? Good thing the like base canvas was saved. There's a ROM hack called Alter Red, where the starters and the rest of the Pokemon have different types and designs. Oh, it didn't even like save here. Like it's not even in my recents. There it is. Okay. Well, let's hope it doesn't crash too soon. And I'm going to start with I think just to kind of figure out what exactly I want to change, I'm going to start with tracing over CONKELDUR, just to keep the proportions as usual. I will probably redraw it in a different pose afterwards, but we'll start here. Glad we're off to a good start. Yeah, fantastic start. Oh, we see. Okay. Should probably make it smaller instead of bigger. I don't know actually what people dislike about the proportions. Like I think Girder's waist in particular is very small. Is too small, I mean. But for Conkeldurr, I actually think that the proportions work. Like, it's obviously very exaggerated and it's not meant to be natural. But I find that it works. For me, that's the thing about Conkeldurr. Like, yes, it has a lot of like weird parts, and it's kind of off-putting. But I find that the end product still works. Like, it still looks good overall. Conkeldurr, like, they don't have very defined arms. They're just like kind of blob arms, aren't they? Like, the arms themselves are they're just kind of blobs. You like Conkeldurr's aura, Ron? Well, what about its aura? Just doing his thing, yeah. Yeah, like, it has a very kind of off-putting look to it overall, but it just works. I don't like Girder, though. Like, to me, Girder is the worst one of the family. But Conkeldurr's fine. It's just there. It's far from a favorite Pokemon, obviously, or maybe not obviously, but it's far from a favorite Pokemon. But I do think that it just works. I respect the gains. Fair. It clearly has a lot of gains. I think I can hide you now. Yeah, that's good enough. Good enough to get me started on making specific changes. I think I'm gonna have to change the pose for sure, because if I'm making it a beaver, basically the required way to make it recognizable as a beaver is to give it a beaver tail. I think that's personally, I think that's more important than the rodent incisors, because lots of other animals have rodent incisors. So I think the tail is the more like iconic beaver element. And I actually don't want to give them rodent teeth. Like, I don't want it to end up looking like Bidoof and Bibarel. So the tail is definitely the more important part, which will probably mean having to move the concrete bar over here, the concrete pillar, on its left hand to make sure that the tail is visible. But I see you haven't changed anything yet because Conkeldurr is already perfect. don't dislike Girder, but probably of all three stages, this is the least favorite. Yeah. I did not realize I'd be in a complete minority on liking Girder the most in the line. Oh, you absolutely are in the complete minority there, Charon. What do you like? What is there even about Girder to like? Honestly. I think the shape of the head is going to have to be a little bit different. So that we can put a nose kind of at the top. Oh, actually, something that I was kind of worried about when I was planning this, because we've already done a redesign based on a construction worker. We did Diggersby as a construction worker. And that was like a rabbit construction worker. And it was kind of like a dad Pokemon, which I don't think the Conkeldurr is going to be, so the vibe is probably going to be different. But it was a small mammal made into a construction worker. And like that's basically the exact same as this Conkeldurr idea. It is a small mammal made into a construction worker. So I'm a little bit worried about making it too similar. It has monster-like proportions that are kind of cool. The other two are just humanoid, but in a distorted way. I feel like that's exactly what Girder is as well. Diggersby is a dad, Conkeldurr is a daddy. Ooh. But yeah, just like thematically, I'm wary of making Girder and Conkeldurr too similar, and giving them similar design elements. I actually should probably bring up, if I can remember where I have it stored, where I have it archived away. I probably should bring up Diggersby to make sure that I don't do things that look too similar. So let's see, where did I save that? Here's Diggersby for anyone who wasn't around at the time. The good news is I didn't give it a hard hat, so a hard hat could work on Conkeldurr. Proportions are going to be obviously very different, so maybe it won't actually be too conflicting. Although I was thinking of doing something to reflect the like safety vest pattern, so maybe I'll reconsider that. But are you winning, son? Instead of the weird skin hair, can he have a sort of spiky ponytail? Oh, a ponytail. I guess it would be like an interesting just way to replace what we or what Conkeldurr had. So yeah, like that sounds like a good idea to me. Although it might conflict with possibly putting a hard hat on it, which is one of the design elements that I was playing with in my sketches. Have you considered using strongman competitions as an idea for this redesign? You know, like those challenges where dudes drag a semi-truck and whatnot. Sometimes they lift log and other objects. That's true. I could use that in the inspiration for like the pose. It could be something more like Girder, you know, lifting a girder over its head. I don't know what exactly Conkeldurr could be like lifting. I guess it could be just lifting its two pillars. I was trying to think of like in a different shape of concrete that would make more sense for building like a hydroelectric dam. Because like I don't think concrete pillars would be it, but I also couldn't think of something that would still work as a thing that a Pokemon can carry around. So if you have ideas on that, let me know. The way that I was doing the hard hat was basically pretty low on the head, because then it serves as a good way to decide or to like kind of imitate the shape of the eye. Gotta make it a little bit more domey. Something like that. We'll still give it the old man beard. But not make it too much like the Diggersby beard. I hid the CONKELDURR, but I actually want to keep it visible so I can still reference its design elements. So let's put it over here. Now that I wear glasses, I keep noticing when I watch streams at only 480. Putting glasses on or getting glasses changed your life, hasn't it, Sharon? How about Greek pillars? Gano had actually suggested Roman pillars a while back as well, but I think that because this is a North American Pokemon based on the North American beaver, I want to keep the North American angle to it, right? So I think bringing in European classical construction is probably not the direction that I want to go in. I'll probably have to make these more regular, but might be too much to have both the cheek tuft and the vein. I should make sure I draw those on separate layers. Let's do just 2 spikes. And oh yeah, I had thought yesterday when I was doing my sketches that the head vein should be what kind of joins into the rest of into the arm thing. Whatever, I'm not entirely sure what those are supposed to be, or what they're supposed to be referencing, bracers maybe for weightlifting, but I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I was going to write the second part of that message, but my laptop ran out of power. Oh, your laptop ran out of power. Okay, well, I don't know what the first part of the message was, but I'm not even joking. When I was in 6th or 5th grade, we made a thing where we were supposed to draw a pet on a leech, and the paper folder told us that the leech was shorter when you folded it, and instead of a dog or something that a normal person would draw, I drew a CONKELDURR on the leech. I'm confused. Gano says check Discord. What's up? Yeah. Yeah, something like that could work, and it fits more with the shape of Girder's girder as well. Yeah, so it's basically just like rectangular instead of cylindrical, and then with grooves in it. I like that. Thank you, Gano. So, where are these layers that I need to hide? And I also don't want to make them broken, right? Like, it was weird. It's a little weird that the pillars are broken because it doesn't make it look like construction. Which, I guess, yeah, they are also a little bit based on demolition. Apparently Girder actually swings around its girder more for demolition purposes. Sure, something like that will work. For y'all not on Discord, I posted a jumbo concrete block. Right, yes. I've watched the Gen 5 vids, but who would you say is your favorite and least favorite mons from Generation 5? Least favorite is easy because it's Cryogonal. I don't like Cryogonal at all. Although my redesign of Cryogonal makes it much better. Just putting that out there. My favorite of Generation 5, though... I like Chandelure a lot. So maybe that would be it. But like I don't really like answering these questions like on the fly like that because I often forget Pokemon that I like. Like Whimsicott. I think when I did my if I'm remembering correctly now, when I did the best designs of Generation 5, I forgot to include Whimsicott, which I think is one of the best designs of Generation 5. So yeah. That happens. Don't let Ethan hear me say that, though. Cryogonal is the Pokemon of 2021? How do you mean that, Sharon? Might actually make it a single one, make it a really big one, if we change how it's holding it. Maybe it'll be one in each hand, but if you change the position, it might actually make more sense to make it one big block. But we'll see. Whimsicott design is on a thin line because it could be considered a racial stereotype. Like, I've heard that, and like I think that's people reading too much into it. I don't see that as how it was intended to be interpreted. To me, it is just a sheep that is also a plant, which is based on kind of mythical animal. The vegetable lamb of Tartary, which was the sheep that grew out of the ground like a plant, and it was basically it's cotton. So is it weird to say that Whimsicott is Stone Journey done right? I have no idea how you mean that. So I'm gonna say yes, that is weird. If you explain yourself, maybe I'll change my mind. How is Whimsicott a racial stereotype? It could be interpreted as a black person working in the cotton fields, basically. I think that's the gist of it. I don't know. I don't think that there's more to it than that, but I think that's it. Okay. Do I need to add anything else here? I think I will make the feet be more like webbed beaver feet. But in terms of just like adding more design elements, does it need anything more? But yeah, I don't buy it as the intention. I get that it can still be harmful even if it's unintentional. Although I don't think I've heard too many people complaining about it either. So it doesn't bother me terribly. Do you like any of the Pokemon that never made the cut to be in a Pokemon game? Yeah. I think the like classic one of those is Kotora, the like electric tiger kind of thing. I think that's the classic one, and probably the one that I'm the most like disappointed that it didn't make it in. But that's it really. At least that's the only one that like really comes to mind. But there are like some beta Pokemon that still made it in but got changed that I wish hadn't gotten changed. Like I love Girafarig, but I really like the beta Girafarig. Yeah. Can we agree that this Conkeldurr still has the fleshy man bun under the construction helmet? I guess maybe it does. But is there some way I can give it that and keep the construction helmet? Because the helmet really does get in the way, and I of course drew these things on the same layer, so it makes it more difficult for me to edit. not fleshy bun. I wouldn't make it a fleshy bun, but to still have that kind of protrusion somewhere, like I guess it just becomes the tail. I guess that's the reference to that we keep, but I wish Tangela line kept its beta design. I really like the evolution. Oh yeah, that's true. I did really like beta Tangela, the Meowth baby, or sorry, not beta Tangela, the like Tangela pre-evolution, the Tangela baby, and the beta Tangrowth from Gen 2 as well. I did really like that one, and the baby Meowth. So cute. Beta Arceus is like we talked about that last time. Like it clearly isn't finished, so I don't know what that would look like when it was finished. So I can't say that I wish that one had stuck around. I think it's a better direction, or seems to be a better direction than what they ended up going with, but it's hard to say. What if Conkeldurr's flesh bun was beaver tail on its head the whole time? I don't think so. That doesn't look like a beaver tail. I do think it needs something more on its chest, and I was kind of like suggesting huge pecs with just a couple of lines here, but maybe it could actually be with veins. What do you think? So it has like bulging veins on its pecs and abdomen to kind of give it that shape. Wait, didn't they do that for Abomination in that Hulk movie everyone forgets is part of the MCU? Did they? That was like the second Hulk movie. I don't think I want to give it any hair. Like, obviously I'll give it like a dark brown fur color, and I did give it hair on the sideburns, on the cheeks, and like maybe at the legs, but I don't know. Maybe some fur back here, but like I kind of feel like the veins are more important than fur, and fur and veins seem to kind of contradict each other. Right? Because if it is covered in fur, you wouldn't see the bulging veins. So it's hard. A hard choice. Furry veins. Oh god. It could have thin fur where you can still see the veins like a kangaroo. Yeah, I don't know about that. Can the veins be thicker? Yeah, the vein. I'll probably make them thicker. I was thinking the same thing. Like, was noticing that on girder specifically, how huge they are. So yeah, I will probably make them thicker. In the next like iteration of it. How about something that looks like a torn shirt, but it's his fur? Trying to picture how that would look. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that, like, I just can't think of how that would look. That would look natural still. And I need to put a pattern on the tail. Like, the tail needs to have something. There you go. Especially if I'm gonna like reposition the hands in some way. So to make sure that the tail stays visible, it will need to have something on it. And I'm not sure what that would be. That would still like be fitting with the way the rest of it looks. Zilber, read the description below me. The summary below me. I'm using Photoshop as I always do. Modern day Photoshop 2021, I think is the current version. Do we ever see CONKELDUR without its pillars? Like, is there a place where I can see what its hands, what its arms actually look like when it's not holding anything? Bulbapedia, what do you got for me? I don't remember seeing that when I was doing my research yesterday. Yeah, I don't really see anything. But I do really like, ooh, this pixel art, or this not pixel art, this art from Pokemon Conquest, probably. This is really cool, and maybe I'll use it to reference the pose. Hang on, I'll drop it in. It's gonna look blurry, unfortunately, but yeah, I like that. I don't like the leg, the lifted leg, but other than that, I think it looks really cool. Conquest had such great art, man. I need to play that game because I've never played it, but it has great art. Let me put it off to the side. Crazy to think that every Conk has the exact same pillars. It just seems that, like, maybe at some points in the anime it was shown not holding a pillar, but at least from what I can find here on Bulbapedia, I'm not seeing one. Just always seems to have the pillars in its hands. So. Oh, Oh, okay, I found there. I found one. CONKELDUR in the anime using bulk up. Oh, check the Discord. Did you find the same one as me, or did you find a different one? Oh, it's a different. Okay, yeah, different screenshots, but this looks so weird because its arms are like so defined, and even in the screenshots that the duo play shared, like they don't look that defined. Come on, paste. Oh, there you go. That's why. This bulk up CONKELDUR just looks so specific. This looks more like what I'd expect it to look like, and I don't know what's happening here, if it hurt itself in confusion or what, but and like, no, I get that like the muscles themselves are very defined, but like its hands look like human hands now, right? That's the part that throws me off. It's like it's the wrists and the hands. The rest of the arm, yeah, because obviously it's literally bulking up its muscles, but yeah. Anyway. What I was trying to work out before was what its tail would look like. What is used for like flattening concrete? Or like, you know, to keep it smooth. 18 tools every concrete contractor must have. Okay, screeds, that's not really gonna help me. Oh, there's like the flat thing. It's like it has a handle and it's just flat. Maybe I could use that in the tail somehow. How about it has a vein on the tail? Just that. And maybe one of the branches to really make it look like a handle. So it like, obviously it wouldn't be a handle, but it would look like a handle and a flat thing that you would use to smoothen out the poured concrete. Hello, Pan. Welcome. Maybe they reference someone actually flexing their muscles. Oh, for the bulk up. Yeah, I think so. Not sure how I feel about tail with vein. If you do the whole line and put a regular beaver tail in the design, conks could be a more concrete mixer hollow tail. I think that would, like, if it was like a more of a big round thing instead of a flat thing, I think that would be too unbeaver-like. Despite Charon's objections, I think that, and I like that. I actually really like the way that looks. And hello, Indigo. How's it going? So I think I'm good to like do the next step here, and maybe adjust proportions a little bit. Like, do you guys think the head is too big as it is now? I think the eyes need to be bigger. I think the eyes need to be lower. But maybe the head as a whole needs to be smaller. Indigo's just taking her lunch break, won't be around for long. Oh, it's gonna be impossible to like only select the layers that I want to edit here. Did I do it? I did it actually. Okay. Yeah, that looks okay. I'll have to adjust the placement of the veins and a little bit of the hard hat as well, but I'm actually going to keep the hard hat size as it is right now because I want to keep the eye size, and I drew the eye and the hard hat together, and that kind of makes sense because the rim of the hat is what makes the like eyebrow, I guess. So it's fine. I'll keep that. For the people who don't like the proportions, I will make its base a little bit bigger. Oh, that's not the transformation I thought I was gonna do. There you go. Like, I still think it needs to be top heavy because it is a bodybuilder, right? So that part makes sense. I think CONKELDURR needs the little smirk back. I was using the shape of the beaver mouth to make also the shape of the beard. So I'm not sure how I can reconcile that with putting the smirk in. Oops. Zoom in, not out. Like, I guess it can just be a like, is that enough of a difference? Does that do it? Looks a little bit weird. But yeah, maybe just something like that is enough. Give it timber smirk. That could actually work. What do you think? That one or that one? Hello, Greavy. Well, what if the pillars were a pillar of concrete that they chewed out of the wall or ground? Like Conk's beaver teeth are strong enough they can chew through concrete. I think that would be more in the demolition side, which like could work, but because the beavers are associated with construction, and because we're going from wood dams to modern concrete hydroelectric dams, I feel like it needs to be construction and not demolition. That needs to be that progression. I do not like the demolition aspect anyway. Okay. Yeah, it's... I think it's mostly in the Pokedex entries where it says that Girder is better at demolition than at construction because it'll just swing the girder around wildly, which is kind of funny, but... Oh, that's true. Conkeldurr's lore does talk about it inventing, or not inventing concrete, but concrete, or maybe it was inventing, but also concrete mixed by Conkeldurr is more durable. So, yeah, that's definitely... it is definitely making its own concrete, so... What about patterns that look like a construction worker uniform? I think that would be going too much in the direction of the Diggersby that we did last year, I think? Yeah. I think that was last year and not older than that. Dex says Conkeldurr taught humans how to make concrete, which does imply that it originally invented it. Yeah, right. I wouldn't say that beaver, like, maybe I just don't know enough about how beavers make their dams, but I wouldn't call it that they demolish to build. Like, you don't demolish a tree. They chew through it, but they eat it, right? Like it's part of their food, and also they are essentially harvesting construction materials. I don't think that they like maybe they destroy their own dams to make better ones. That could be a thing that I just don't know about. But yeah. Could this be a fursona? I'm sure it could be someone's fursona. Yeah. But anyway, I'm happy with the way this looks now. Do I want to base the final pose on Conkeldurr, on the one from Pokemon Conquest? I think they just do it to like file their teeth because they keep growing. No, they actually do eat the wood. Yeah. Yeah, they do it. They do actually eat wood, and obviously, yes, they do chew. They don't chew it to file their teeth, but they file, like, that's part of what happens. And like it's rather their teeth need to keep growing because it keeps getting worn down as it chews through wood to get wood for its dams. So yes, we did. We're making them all a beaver. Conkeldurr is the only one that I'm redesigning fully, but I might just kind of make some edits to the other ones to show how they would be different. Whoa! Aren't you on You're on Do Not Disturb. What makes you think that you can give me a message notification from an unknown number? Well, not an unknown number. Like I know who sent the message, but it's certainly not one of the like allowed numbers to get through the Do Not Disturb settings. Anyway, still trying to decide whether I want to use the conquest image as the basis, or if I just want to take what I have right now and just like edit the position of the arms into a way that it can be holding. Maybe I would actually just take that the arm that needs to move because we want to see the tail, and so it'll have one arm like this, and maybe the other one it's just like holding it maybe over its, like holding it back over its shoulder, or maybe holding it up. Let me try that. If it's holding it over its shoulder, like I don't even really need to change anything besides where the fingers go. But if I make it, yeah, I'm gonna have to change where the fingers go anyway. You're not doing a stream so long I get home to be around for it? I would rather not. I would rather not. It actually looks cool now instead of some muscular, veiny old man who likes to hold concrete. I still, like, I think it still has that muscly, veiny old man look, but, you know. At least now it's not just an old man, it's an old man beaver. Okay, we'll put it over the shoulder. Now let's do a more refined version of this and see if I can get the veins to be a little bit nicer, because they are a little too realistic, I think. He's not old, he's elderly. Yes, well, he is a conch elder, so... Like, I don't really know why they made it an old man, but it is clearly supposed to be partially an old man. So maybe it's a, like, it is, for it to be this experienced at construction, it would have to have lived really long. Like, maybe that's what they were going for. Conch can also mean to be hit on, like a hit on the head, like an onomatopoeia for being hit. I prefer death. I hope that you mean only in this case, and not generally you prefer death. There's 5 streams you want to watch right now, Charon? Well, I appreciate that you're here with me, but I understand if you need to leave. I'm from Ireland, and we have a game called Conkers, which is very violent. uh, and that's not like Conker's Bad for a Day. I only know that game by name. I mean, I think I saw like friends play it when I was in, I don't know, middle school or whatever, but I never played it myself, so I don't really know anything about it. Oh, hey Fig. Yeah, this is where we're at. Trying to work out a little, like fix the proportions a little bit better and refine some of the details of it. But yeah, there's a beaver. I'm getting Mole Man vibes from The Incredibles. Mole Man from The Incredibles. Like, it certainly wasn't on purpose, but... I guess I kinda see it. In the face, yeah. Basically you pick a chestnut, which we call conkers. Okay, tie a string around it, and you fight kind of like a mace. Whoa, okay. Just a bit, I guess. Just the first thing that came to mind. More moldy face. Right. Something about red boots. I don't know where the cartoon was from, or if anyone here knows what I'm talking about, but I remember there was an episode where they played that. Yeah, to me it doesn't sound familiar, but... I remember when Kinder Eggs had a whole toy series with a bunch of different mole people. Whoa. I don't remember that. But we probably had different toys, honestly, in Brazil. So that's not terribly surprising that I wouldn't know the toys that you're talking about. Kinder eggs are dope. I remember there were these like squids or something. I like Kinder surprises. Like they taste great. There's no question about that. But I almost always was disappointed by the toy, because the toys that I liked the most were like little figurines like that didn't take any assembly, because they were actually like really well made. So I was always kind of disappointed when I got a different kind of toy, because I wanted the little gnome figurines. The gnomes are what I remember, but there were probably others as well. I don't know if it needs a nostril design, but we'll go with one for now. I really like the face design. It blends really well with the rest of the body. I'm glad you think so, Sharon. This was like the part when I was doing my sketches yesterday. This was the part that I was like, hey, I actually really like this, and like it fits with the rest, and it still remains to at least a degree fairly faithful to the original CONKELDURR. So I already consider this a success, like it's 100% clearly a CONKELDURR redesigned. That's good. No luck on Articuno marks so far, just sleepy and sociable ones. Well, Sharon, I admire your resolve, honestly. I can't do that. Like, anything that involves soft resetting, I cannot stick with it. I have my Pokemon Crystal Virtual Console. I have it saved in front of the Ilex Forest Shrine, because I would like to, or because I was hoping, I guess, to one day shiny hunt the Celebi. Get a genuine shiny Celebi from a Pokemon Crystal. Like, that would be really cool, for sure, but it's just saved there, and I'm not going back to it. Similar with my Let's Go game. I don't think it's saved in the Mewtwo cave anymore, but I never caught the Mewtwo because I kept thinking maybe I'll go shiny hunt a Mewtwo one day. But, oh, bye Indigo. But yeah, I just don't have the patience for soft resetting anything. Not for shinies, certainly not for marks. So I admire your persistence. It's like 1 in 33 to get a personality mark, so it's like chasing Articuno up the hill 40 times and throwing a Master Ball at it to check, less annoying than Masuda Shiny Hunt. Oh, sure, like... It's like, it's the resetting, I think, that really annoys me. Like, it's not really the odds. It's just how boring resetting is. But I guess with something like this where the hunt can be relatively fast, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. All you're hoping for, Dill Pickle, is for a better color scheme? Well, it will definitely be a different color scheme. Not too different, to be honest, but instead of being, like, tan, flesh-colored, it's gonna be brown. Because it's a beaver. So it's probably not gonna be, like, completely different. I'll probably keep the pink, for the veins, so... The veins to me are actually pretty important to the design, I think. So, so it'll definitely still be recognizable as CONKELDURR. I mean, at least that's the hope. Pink veins need to stay, yes! Okay. It's really weird to like think about this, but like I have to draw its thumb on the outside. If it's holding something over, if it's holding something over its shoulder, its thumb is going to be on the outside. Which I guess I should flip here. Hands are weird. But yeah, something like that is how the fingers have to go. Could the paws be more beavery? You know, I was thinking about that. Like, I think the only thing I can really do with the hands, at least, like with the back feet, honestly, like they're just so small. I don't think that there's very much that I can do. But with the front hands, like I guess I can make them pointier because, like, beaver hands are kind of like raccoon hands, you know, like they're just like tiny and hand-like, but they do have claws, so like they're pointier. I think that's the most that I can really do there. I'm not sure that would help, that would work, but if it's something you think I should try, yeah. Maybe make the fingers a different color. Oh, they could be a different color. Like it could be like a lighter color well, it could be a darker color probably actually a darker color to make it look both like it's wearing gloves, like it's wearing boots for the construction, and because then it would also look more like more beavery. But I think I would do that only in color and not actually like, you know, put a some kind of wrist pattern or like, you know, fluff or anything like that on there. Concrete teeth? No, I don't want to give it teeth, or like not beaver teeth, because this is a fighting type. Like it builds with its muscles. Oh, before I draw that, actually, I should see if I can transform this into the shape that into the position that I need it to be in. That's not teeth. Oh no, that is beard. Which at first I had it more fluffy, more bushy, but I decided to make it more uniform. In part to be less like Diggersby, and in part to be more like CONKELDURR. Yeah, the feet and the hands can both be darker. Yeah. I know that the perspective here is not going to be perfect because it's a completely different angle, but I think I can put it in a position that'll help me at least. Hang on, actually. Instead of trying to use the whole thing when I know that the whole thing won't work, the part that I really need is the like H shape on one of the faces. That's all I really need to transform in order to get the perspective right. So let's use only that. More or less unperspectify it so that I can now put it in the right place. It could have concrete nails. Ooh, yeah, no, I think that would be a bit much. I'm gonna do this a little bit. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I'm gonna do this a little bit differently. I'm gonna freehand it. I think that works. It makes its concrete out of stone joiner. Whoa! How long do you think we're going to take on finding the right shade of gray for the concrete? Flashback to stone joiner. Did we really take that long on just finding the shade of gray? I know that we've played around with colors a lot, but was it just finding the right gray? It would more likely make concrete out of sandy gas. Ooh. Right. You could probably make a lot of different things out of sandy gas, honestly. You can make glass. You can even call it sandy glass. Sandy glassed. Okay, it's a little bit big. Okay, this is better in terms of the proportions, but then the perspective is not as good. Probably do. Just have to try it yet again. Crushed up Stonejourner, so the concrete has power spot, and Stonejourner looks like it could have lime in it, with sandy gas mixed in for compaction, making it super resilient and strong. Well, then you also need to put in some rebar. So maybe like a steelix on the inside. If it's a very big structure, that might work. You gotta reinforce it, otherwise it's too brittle. Can the hard hat look more organic? I would like it to. I don't think the head of a Pachycephalosaurus is the way to do that, but I would like it to look more natural, yes. I'm not sure how to do it though, quite yet. So, if you have an idea, other than the Pachycephalosaurus, because I don't think that would work. I don't think that would be fitting with the beaver part of the aesthetic, at least. So. Maybe I'm exaggerating the foreshortening too much. I think, yeah, I think I might need to actually make it less foreshortened. Maybe just lose the brim of the hat and let it have a hard, hairless skull. Would that still look like would that still be interpreted as a hard hat though? Yeah, I think it's... I think it's too foreshortened. Maybe I don't actually want to use the perspective quite like that. Is that gonna be... Is that gonna work? I've drawn this so many times now. I like the hard hat. Maybe the hard hat is made of concrete. I like the idea of the hard hat being made of horns or skull protrusions. Like, this is a beaver, so like horns and skull protrusions just aren't very fitting. The hat being made of concrete, like that would just be a matter of putting the right color on it and maybe some pattern. And that could work because it could be something that just that I just do, like that CONKELDURR makes, for example. Like, it's just one of the things that it makes with its concrete. It's its own hard hat. So like, but that could work. Hey, Wispy. Glad to see you're still hard at that grind. Really interested to see where you end up with this one. Can I suggest altering the coloring of the rings and such to a neon yellow? Like the veins? We've been talking about the veins a lot, and I think we're going to keep it as pink. Because they are supposed to be veins, right? I think taking away from that takes away probably a little too much from like the base concept of CONKELDUR. I don't think it would be a very effective hard hat, but you know, a leak isn't a very good sword either. You mean if it was concrete? Like it wouldn't be a very good hard hat in the sense of like it's too heavy, but it would probably do the job just fine. I would imagine. Okay, I think what I want is this, but I think it needs to be a little bit longer now. Yeah, no, we considered doing something using the veins to make it more like a safety vest, actually, but then that was a little too much like my Diggersby redesign from a while ago. So that is probably not where we're gonna take it. Okay, let's try this one. Like, the problem isn't even getting the perspective to just look right, it's getting the perspective to look consistent with the other one. That's the real challenge. Well, like with the hard hat, with a real hard hat, it isn't just made of plastic, right? It's not like the plastic is the part that resists an impact, like that resists breaking, but it's not the part that resists like being that stops the thing hitting your head from transferring momentum onto your head. There's like padding and stuff like inside of the hat that does that. So if you were just replacing the plastic with the with concrete, like sure it might be a little bit brittle, but I think it would still work. Maybe it would be like a one-time use kind of hat, kind of hard hat. It only works the first time. What are you complaining about, computer? It would act like Mimikyu's disguise, maybe. Okay, I think that's the one that looks the best so far, in terms of the perspective, looking right in the context of the rest of the design. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna move on. Spent way too much time just drawing concrete.
Everything to the table. You know, who brings the heart, who brings their vision, and particularly who bring their brain to the table, so that they're aware of what they're doing and they're making conscious choices.
Just trying to just like understand where the conversation went here. How did we get the blood? If you see its fleshy man bun under the hat, you die of shock. Oh, that's how it's the Mimikyu disguise.
You know, just like, that's how it came out. And okay, great. Now let's make it better. But, you know, just writing from a place of understanding rather than from a place of fear. Where you're just grateful for any idea that comes along. And you don't want to change it because you don't know how. You know, it's not about the ideas, it's about how you support the ideas.
Now hang on. If on the one arm it has veins going this way, on the other arm they would be going this way. So I think they would be totally hidden. Although I can put something here to show the continuation of that vein. This is the one from over here. Although it would probably be a little bit more like, oops. Oh, no, no, hey, I did not mean to draw that on the same layer. It would probably be more like here. I'll make it a little shorter. That's good. Didac asked about how Mimikyu fixes disguise, and Wispy said they used the hair and blood of their... Oh, I missed that part. Okay. What about a tree pattern of veins on the tail? I like where I was taking it with the tool for flattening concrete, because I mean, if it's building a dam out of concrete, its tail would be a very good tool for doing that. So I think I'm gonna stick with that. I don't know how I could get a tree pattern for the tail that also still makes it look like a handle. How's that? Obviously, when I do the final lines, there will be parts here that get hidden. Some of these lines won't stick around, but I think maybe the eye needs to be a little bit repositioned, and maybe the cheek fur as well. Because right now the cheek fur isn't really doing much. Maybe like that. Chasing Articuno up the hill so many times I noticed Amara's cry. Sounds like it's mocking Articuno? I would have to hear Amara's cry to know how that works, but yeah. 11 o'clock? Well, I guess that is late, but yeah, it's not terribly late. What about adding another prong of fur on the cheek? Yeah, 3 instead of 2. I think that would make it, like, because it already looks kind of crowded. I think that would make it look even more crowded. So I don't know that that's the way to go. I'm even considering not having it there. And maybe just like drawing just having something more minimalistic to delineate where the head goes. Like I like the cheek, but I'm not sure that it's doing what I need it to do, which is to show where the head ends. Maybe that works actually. What do you guys think? Cheek fur? No cheek fur. Monferno fingers? I'll have to have a look at what Monferno fingers look like. Oh, we did talk about making the fingers pointier. Oh, you just mean like making them separate from the hand? I think we're gonna make the hand separate from the arm, so that's already, like, that's gonna accomplish that already. Here, because this is basically what I was thinking. Just Cheek fur, absolutely. Okay, very well. And I was also thinking of whether or not I want to keep the beard as it is or do it the way I had done it before, which was a little bit spikier, which I guess would go with the cheek fur as well. It would be a different color, so I would keep it, or would want to keep it separate there. Smooth beard, bushy beard. Bushy beard. Bushy. Okay, we'll keep the bushy beard. Is there anything else that you think I should do before? Because as far as I think, as far as I can tell right now, I'm ready to do the final lines. I just wanted to put that there to make the edge look very obvious. Is it ready for the next step? Lower torso seems a bit empty. I don't think a belt would be in the right place to, like, I see that kind of empty spot there. But that's more like the crotch rather than the lower torso. I guess maybe I can move the chest veins that are supposed to look like pecs maybe and abs. Maybe I can move it a little bit lower. I have to adjust the shape of the body on the left to go with it, but hang on. I'll keep a copy there. This would probably have to curve more like that, but other than that. And I guess I would want this to curve up a little bit more as well. A vein belt? I think a vein belt would be a bit like it's already got bulging veins in weird places as it is. I feel like that would be a little much. What about making the existing veins larger? Like, thicker still? I think the ones on the chest would lose their function of looking like pecs, but maybe not. Maybe this works still. Because it's supposed to look like the sternum, the underside of the pectoral muscles, and then the beginning of the abdominal muscles. Like, obviously there isn't a vein. Like, at least humans don't have a vein that goes, that does that. But the idea is to use the shape of the veins to make it look more muscular. And if we like move it too far, and maybe if we make it too thick, then it doesn't do that anymore. But like maybe I can move this part a little bit further down. Hello, Derek. Welcome. So, this looks good. You guys are happy with this? I can do the final lines now. What did you miss? Well, you missed 2 hours and 20 minutes of this. Beaver Conkeldur. It's a muscular mole, not a mole, a beaver. But yes, not a weird veiny condiment. It's still veiny. It is still veiny. But yeah, it's a construction beaver. I think we're gonna edit this concrete slab on the one that's on the ground. I think I'm gonna make it just a tiny bit wider on this face to make it look a little bit closer to what the other one looks like. You Photoshop, you're jumping it too far. You're snapping too much. Yeah, that probably looks better. Okay. Line time. Final line time. Hashtag line time. Showed a screenshot to my friend and he said, "Ew, I love it." That's fair. Honestly, that's a fair reaction. I will try to make the fingers a little bit pointier as I go. Art, thanks, I hate it. I guess that's fair too. I can only see the tip of it right now, but I think I already prefer it over the original. Well, here's what it's looking like. Just some small adjustments to be made as I draw the final lines. But yeah, underneath me, there's the like brief description of what the idea is, where this. Yeah, where this started, where this is going, both. It seems more inspired to the one of Subjectively. Did Subjectively do a CONKELDURR redesign? I haven't seen it, if they have. Just get rid of the CONKELDURR line altogether and make this the evolution of the barrel. I mean, I don't like the barrel, and so the barrel itself could probably use a redesign, but I don't think this would work as an evolution to the barrel. I think it's too different. It's too much like Conkeldur. Whoa, what a surprise. I think I need to move this finger a little bit closer to like the middle. Maybe move this one up. Oops. Maybe move this one up a little bit too. I just think the hand looked a little bit awkwardly stretched, I guess. This one has a far better pose than the original, which really says a lot because you changed because you barely changed the pose and it has so much more personality. All I did was change like where it's holding one of the concrete things. This might be weird, but what if the hand, if he had markings on his gloves like Mickey Mouse? Oh, like the two lines on the back of the hand? Would that be necessary? I'm not sure that it would. Like, what would that add? Construction gloves have that, but I don't think it would look good on here. That's a good point. On both sides. Human form mons always have such a weird vibe about them. This design is definitely better than the original. Yeah, I agree. Like, a lot of humanoid Pokemon are just too weird, too off-putting. For a variety of reasons, but like, the more it looks like a person, the less it feels, one, like a natural creature that you would encounter in the wild, and that's important to me. And the less it, like, the more it feels weird to catch them in Pokeballs, right? I mean, like, if you were going out and catching, you know, cats, dogs in Pokeballs, like, that would also be weird. But the more it looks like a person, the more that feels wrong. Accept it, the shape doesn't matter. What do you mean by that, Didac? You mean like it doesn't matter whether it looks humanoid? What part, like, what part doesn't matter? The shape of the hand, the lifted hand, is still bothering me a bit, but I think I'm gonna leave it. I think it's like, I've never been good at hands anyway, so there's not really any point in struggling really hard to like get that right. So if Pokeballs that would make animals obey you like Pokemon and not hurt you, and magic healing stations and instantly cures any injuries were invented, do you think animal fighting would be legal? If it, like, it's not, I don't think it's a matter of invention, really. Like, I don't think it's a matter of, do we have the technology to make it more morally acceptable to pit animals against each other? I don't think that that's it. Like, we don't find it morally acceptable to pit animals against to fight against each other. And the Pokemon world does. And that isn't a matter... I don't think that that's a matter of technology. I think that's a matter of just the culture of the world. Circumstances in the development of human and Pokemon society would have been so different that it was culturally acceptable. I've made a theory about that, about why Pokemon battling might arise, but I don't think. But yeah, I think it would be like a cultural thing and not a matter of, do we have the technology to make this okay? I think it comes down to if animals want to fight like how Pokemon like to fight. The Pokemon liking to fight part, I take issue with that a little bit, actually, because, like, I feel like that is more about humans projecting their feelings onto the Pokemon than, like, has a Pokemon ever communicated, like, verbally or non-verbally, that it is okay being pitted in fights against others? Like, it's possible, but we don't have that experience of the Pokemon world to really know that. Like, what we have is the Pokedex says that, right? That said, I do think that they're, like, part of my theory on that, and everyone who hasn't seen it should go watch it, is that there is actually an evolutionary advantage to the Pokemon to befriend humans and allow them to be trained, allow themselves to be trained. And that's why, like, that's why that behavior, that cultural thing would evolve. But I don't think it's fair to just assume, like, oh, Pokemon enjoy this. Without also taking into consideration what are the evolutionary advantages and disadvantages of this. Okay. I need to put in, like, so actually, I was gonna say I need to put in, like, the barriers of different colors, but actually no, because I think most of the colors I'm gonna not want them to have very hard edges, so maybe just a couple of them need to have their hard edges. Yeah, I'm not sure that N ever talked to Pokemon either. I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. Anne did quote that your Pokemon likes to battle, so at least in that case, it isn't humans projecting. Well, it's the N projecting. Like you're hearing that through N's lens at the very least. He understands what the Pokemon feel, but probably does not actually talk with them. That's my stance. That's probably what it is for me as well. But there is also the issue of like he's the only one. He does act as if he can hear them talk, but nobody else can hear it. And so, like, I wonder if he's even, like, hearing anything, or if it's just in his head. Okay, don't worry, I am not going to actually use Conkeldurr colors, but I'm going to start there. I'm going to put the Conkeldurr colors basically in place, and then I'm going to adjust it to something that I think works better. Oh, that's the eye. Okay. There is the Zoroark theory, which would make more sense, like how Meowth can translate Pokemon in the anime. And again, in the anime, I'm not convinced that. One, I'm not convinced that Pokemon can understand each other. I think they probably can much better than we can, but like, how similar is Pokemon communication? Like, that's a separate topic. And even if they were able to understand each other, would they be able to then communicate exactly what they are, how they're thinking to a person? I don't know. Don't worry, the gloves are coming along with the color of the veins as well. It will happen, don't worry. Is it just me, or the lines of the concrete are visible through the hands? Oh, well, right now there's a layer of the sketch that is on top of it, so that might be what you're seeing. But I'm keeping it there because I didn't like trace over the lines of the hands because I don't actually want lines to be there, so I do need to reference the sketch to put the colors in the right place. Ah, I knew there was one more on the skin tone that I was missing. Something about the way the vein connects to the head looks off to you. Can you be more specific? I think I got all the colors. It looks like the vein melts into the fur. Like, I guess I can just extend the vein line a little bit. Just have it poke out over the fur. Would that do it for you? Like, I'll make sure I'm doing it in the right color. Hello, Renee? just arrived. I like how it's going so far. So I'm not sure about the helmet yet. Yeah, the helmet, like I would have liked it to be something more natural, but I came up with the explanation that it's just it makes its own hard hat out of concrete, and that's the explanation for why it wears a concrete hard hat. I'm still gonna change the skin tone though. Make sure it's on the correct layer again. Since it's elderly, can it have a tiny bit of moss growing on its helmet? Oh, I could put like a... I mean, I'm going to do a little bit of texturing on the concrete anyway, so yeah, there could be a little bit of a green texture to it. Did I get all of them? Oh, not the cheek. Okay. Okay. So lock that and... The helmet is quite brittle, so it has to be replaced a lot. Maybe put a little crack in the helmet. Oh, maybe. Did you get the elbow? Did I get the elbow? What do you mean by did I get the elbow? Could you make subtle lightning bolts in the concrete to allude that he's building a dam? I think it's obvious enough that it would be a dam considering it's a beaver. You don't think so? And I think that, like, putting a lightning bolt somewhere, that would be probably too on the nose, I guess? Like, too... Yeah, it's just like... It's just like, it kind of, you know, not hitting you on the head with it. It's like, hey, by the way, this is for a dam. You know what? The helmet would probably not be brittle because of CONKELDURR's lore that it makes the best concrete. That its concrete is extra sturdy. So it probably would not be very brittle, actually. Are we doing slight modifications to the pre-evolutions? I probably will just kind of I'm not going to do a full redesign of them, and I'm not going to like fully trace them. I think I might just draw over the originals and be like, you know, this is where this would go, this is where this would go, kind of thing. Just sketch out. But I encourage everyone watching to do their own takes on the pre-evolutions as well. It'll have imperfections in like the color, or not imperfections. It'll have variations in the color, but I don't think it needs to have cracks in it. Okay, I do want to make the eye not perfectly white. The concrete, I think I want it to be a little bit lighter. Actually, let's do it this way. Sure. Yeah, the skin color definitely needs to be browner. The no longer skin color, the now fur color needs to be browner. If the huge pillars it uses to smack things around have cracks, so should the helmet. Well, these don't have cracks. Yeah, I think that this brown is good. I'll have to adjust the pink to go along with it, but I think this brown is good, and I think I'll just make the dark brown just a tiny bit darker to go with it, okay? And I will also make the shade, the black of the eyes and the nose also a little bit darker. Okay, I think this looks good. Is it going to be a beaver type of thing? It is a beaver type of thing. The summary of the approach is below me. I think you could add some kind of pattern on the helmet. Well, like I was saying, there's going to be variation to the color, and I guess I can do that now. Like, now that I've adjusted the color of the rest, I can do it. But I don't think it needs, like, a pattern. In the sense of, like, it communicates a thing. I think you could use spots like the Rocky helmet. The Rocky helmet doesn't have spots, though. It has, like, actual rocks on it. Is the beard gray because it has concrete in it? The beard is gray because it's old, but it probably would also have some concrete in it. But I think I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna shade it, basically. All right, Kyle. I hope you enjoyed your time here. Maybe I'll see you next time. Does it have white or gray teeth? It does not show teeth, so I don't know. Maybe it has orange teeth like beavers. I seriously thought the beard was teeth. Yeah, there were people who thought the beard was teeth before too, but no. And I think with the shading, it'll be pretty obvious that it is not teeth, that it is a beard. Actually, I think it'll probably be better to shade the brown first. This Pokemon has a 5% chance of holding the Rocky helmet in the wild, or at least like the pre-evolutions. Though I guess that could be found in a wild area type area. I think every Pokemon has like items like programs that it could have in the wild, even when they don't actually appear in the wild. So yeah, why not? I mean, not every Pokemon. Some Pokemon don't have items programmed at all, but the ones that do have items programmed, I think they have them regardless of whether or not they show up in the wild. I'm not totally sold on the spotty concrete myself, honestly. How did I do stone sharpener? Oh, right. Stone sharpener just has moss, basically. So maybe I can maybe I'll make it like fewer, but bigger areas of color, areas of a different color. What do you think? Is that better? I like how the spots look like the bottom of a Happy Meal box. Articuno the Reluctant. Are you happy with that one, Charon, or are you gonna look for more? You're happy with it, just need to catch it in the love ball now. Well, good luck with that. I have no idea what the, like, catch rate of Galarian Articuno is. So I have no idea if that's supposed to be an easy thing or not. Typical legendary rate, but I have infinite attempts by resetting. Yeah. Very well. Not gonna lie, I think I would have it on my team except for the helmet. Still looks cool though. I originally actually sketched it without the helmet. When I was playing around with it yesterday, I sketched it without the helmet. But I just couldn't get it to look like it just didn't seem to have enough of the construction worker part of it, I guess. So the helmet did help with that. I don't think I wanted to have moss on it. Like, that was like a Stonejourner thing. It might look better without any spots. I would be okay with that, but moss, I don't think so. Oh, hey, Connor. Where have you been? You've been playing Minecraft. Very well. I guess I can accept that. I have to come to terms with the fact that even redesigns have to keep the veins. The veins are pretty important, I think. Like we were talking about this earlier, like a lot of people like and dislike very different things about CONKELDURR. Like whether the veins are acceptable, whether people like the veins, very wide range of opinions on that. Like for me, I think it's important. I think that they're a major element of CONKELDURR's redesign, of CONKELDURR's design, that it just wouldn't be CONKELDURR anymore without it. But for a lot of people, it's like it's the single most off-putting thing about it, so it would have to go. Obviously, I redesign with my own preferences. I think the veins are important, so I'm keeping them. Did I get all of it? Did I do all of the shadows I needed to do? I think I did. Oh, actually, no, because I missed the dark spots. I know it looks like the dark spots are already shaded, but they are not. I made them a multiply layer to so that I could see the shading through them, but I don't actually want them to be a multiply layer. It's gonna be a normal color so that the lighter color of the dark spots is also the shadow color of the rest of the concrete, and that's if I even keep them, right? So slightly subtler spots than before. You think the concrete can be darker? I'd have to make the dark spots darker as well, I think. I've never understood why people are so weirded out by the veins. Machoke and Machamp wear skin-tight pants, yet there are more popular fighting types in CONKELDURR. Are they more popular? Like, personally, I like CONKELDURR better, but... Sure, it can be darker. Machoke weirds me out in ways the Timberline never did. Yeah, no, I agree. Okay, hopefully that doesn't look like a teeth, like a tooth. Hopefully it's clear that that is a beard. What do you guys think? The only thing I think I need to do is I might want to like emphasize some of the lines, and I haven't decided whether the shading on the face was working or not. I'll put it back for a moment here. Not sure about the shininess of the veins right now, but great job overall. Thank you. The thing, like, I like high contrast shading. Unfortunately, I haven't really done, like, or been doing that, to be honest. Like, I think I would need to use the brown from the tail as the shading for the skin, and like that. Like that, I don't know if this brown really works here, and I'd have to start over, which would be okay, but yeah. But my point is, I like high contrast shading, but because I haven't really done that for most of the parts, most of the body parts here, it's true that it's a little bit excessive on the veins. Like the veins by themselves, I like, without context, I think it looks good, but I do want to re-emphasize some lines though, so while I think about that, while you guys think about that, let's do this first. Oh, I have the wrong brush. I was thinking that it was looking a little bit messier than it normally does. I see why now. It's the wrong brush. I have totally lost track of what you guys are talking about. I mean, I know you guys are talking about like Gen 5 counterparts versus or Gen 5 Pokemon versus their previous incarnations. But I cannot keep up with all of the Pokemon that you're talking about. And if anyone has responded to my question or my musings about whether I should do higher contrast shading overall, or if I should reduce the contrast of the shading, in particular on the veins, if anyone has responded to that, I haven't been able to find it. I haven't been able to see it. Which is, by the way, not a complaint about the people who are talking about other Pokemon. I fully encourage you to have conversations on your own while I'm distracted trying to shade something. Okay, the consensus seems to be for lower contrast, so I will do that, even though I like the high contrast. It really depends a lot whether the high contrast works or not. Depends a lot on the colors of the Pokemon. So on which Pokemon we're working with. So. Okay, I need to color the lines, but I think that's it. I think that's all I've got left. Oh yeah, this is what I always do. I always color in the lines to some degree. It varies a little bit, but yeah, to some degree the lines always get colored. Okay, I think this one is done. And I'll do a very quick take on the other ones. I'll just kind of like sketch over the originals to show what I think would be different. But I've said this before, I'll say it again. You guys should do your own. You guys should show me what you think the timber and girder that evolve into this Conkeldur, what would they look like? I would really like to see yours, actually. So I will do my own, but it'll be very quick, so it probably will be imperfect. I still haven't decided if I like the dark spots or not, but I think I do, actually. So let's start with let's start with girder. We'll work backwards. Hello, Ethan. Welcome. So Indigo's calling me, but I'm still streaming. She should know that. Oh, not that one. I was like, why didn't it get lighter? Because I changed to the opacity of the wrong layer. That's why. So obviously girder would need a tail. That would be number one. It would need a beaver tail. I also think it should have less pronounced hips, I guess, or waist. Hang on. Indigo's calling me again, so I'm gonna mute myself for a moment. Okay, I'm back. It was nothing. It was just that apparently on her end the stream wasn't playing, so she thought that I was done. The stream is still playing, right? You guys can watch me. Girder is basically a face fix and adding the tail, I suppose. Would the two pre-evolved forms used wood? Yeah, I don't know what girder actually should be holding. Like, obviously timber would be holding wood, but girder, I don't know. I don't know if steel is the right one, but like it's the construction. So like it's probably okay for it to be holding a metal girder, but I don't know. I think in order to kind of merge better into the chest veins of the other one, I think this one should probably be coming from the bottom. It should make more of the pecs pattern. And obviously, I think it should also have a pattern for the hands and the feet as well. I don't know what to do with the, like, top of the head. I don't see any reason not to keep the eyes as is, basically. Like, just maybe make the pupil a little bit bigger. But the top of the head, I don't know what to do with that. It's too weird. Maybe just make it, like, spiky, I guess, instead, so that it's... And maybe, I guess, make it a little bit more directional. I guess we can also give it some cheek fur. Let's give it a soul patch here. It looks like the Bart Simpson head, but it's as long as it's a beaver, it's it's alright. It already looks better, or it seems better. It could have rebar for the concrete that CONKELDURR makes. Yeah, that's an option. Hello, Courtney. This is the end of the stream because we've already redesigned CONKELDURR, and now I'm just trying to, like, figure out what would the pre-evolutions of that CONKELDURR look like, because I did change it quite a bit. So Timber uses both hands girder, one hand CONKELDURR, one beam on each hand. That could work. They are like beavers. Here, I'll show you. There you go. CONKELDURR. Construction worker, dam building beaver. And so for these ones, I'm just very quickly doing it. maybe it was should be rebar actually. Not that I'm like an expert on what rebar looks like. But I know that it has ridges, so... Imagine a bear with a beaver tail. That would be a little weird. Like, I think this works okay. I think this is already an improvement. Platypus bear. I mean, a platypus bear Pokemon would still be weird. That is a big piece of rebar, but it's what it's got to be, I think, for it to work in the design. I'm just gonna steal some colors. I'm not gonna shade these, I'm just gonna put the colors in place so that it's more obvious what direction that would be going in. I have no idea what color the rebar is supposed to be, but... Actually, might as well just take the color from Girder's Girder. Where did I get the beaver idea? Well, I got it from Gano. But yeah, I think Gano said that that they at first, or like when they were a kid, interpreted Timber specifically, actually, as a beaver, and at least one other person in the comments of the YouTube community post also suggested beavers. So there you go. And yeah, beavers associated with construction anyway, so that seems like a pretty good reason. good enough reason. But there you go. There's Girder. As for Timber, let's see. This girder is a lot better. Okay. That was so... It was relatively simple, really. Well, obviously, it will have a beaver tail. It'll have the same wood that it has now. There's no reason to change the fact that it has timber. I guess maybe it doesn't need to have different colored arms and or hands and feet like the other ones do. I think that would be an okay way to differentiate it so that it doesn't just look like the same but smaller. And not having the big chest, that works too. I do feel like a girder is a little bit just Conkeldurr but smaller. But in that case, it doesn't bother me too much. It's a middle stage. Actually, I'm going to do the head on a separate layer because that's the part that I think is going to be the trickiest. The body is fine, so. I like Timber too. I like all of them, honestly. I think they're okay. Like, they're not my favorite or anything like that, but. I guess head vein makes sense. Actually, maybe the head, maybe the fur on the head should be facing forward. Like, it can be like, now that it's fur, it can be like a pompadour kind of thing. It's a young beaver with style. Sonic the Beaver. Is that it? Is that all it needs? Should its teeth be like beaver teeth? I'm not sure we can really show beaver teeth at this size, but I can try. Since this is the only one that actually has its teeth showing, I suppose it would make sense for it to have more beaver-like teeth. Feels a bit excessive, honestly. Maybe if he keeps its mouth closed? That works better. That does work a little bit better. What do you guys think? Well, Charon, I can see that you had exactly the same idea as I did. Yeah? Keep it this way? Okay. Quick coloring. I wonder how long before it bothers me that Timber and CONKELDUR have veins on their heads, but not Girder. That's the kind of thing that would definitely bother me, like, in an official design. But whatever. It's just like, oh, this feature is there, and then it isn't, and then it's there again. Also, they would probably need to have slightly different like body colors, not be exactly the same, but at this point, whatever. Because this is intentionally supposed to be very rough, so. Hello, Gano. This is basically over now. This is just the very rough interpretation of what timber and girder would look like in order to evolve into the Conkeldur that we did. Did you see the final Conkeldur? You have not seen it. Okay, well. Let me finish coloring this, and then I'll show the entire progression. All right, there we go. There's the very rough timber and girder, who is no longer holding a girder, but who cares at this point? Basically, for timber, it was make it furry and give it a tail, and then we switched the regular like grinning teeth for beaver teeth. That's it. For girder, we replaced the girder with a giant piece of rebar, changed the shape of the veins on the chest to imply the chest a little bit more, the shape of the pectorals. Gave it a tail, obviously. I've completely changed the head, gave it a little beard, gave it some fur on top, and made the hands and feet darker to also lead into Conkeldur, who has darker hands and feet, in part to imitate beavers, and also in part to look like clubs and boots and stuff. And it has a tail that has the vein that is supposed to imply like concrete is the cement smoothing thing, and it has veins on the chest to imply pectorals and abdominal muscles. And yeah, and it has a hard hat that it makes itself. These are all amazing, though you made Conkeldur much too sexy. Okay. I mean, if you have a construction worker kink, no judgment. But that's all it is. It's old muscly construction worker. All right, well, that's it. This coming week's video is going to be the redesign recap that will include this one and will also include IceQ and Arceus. And yeah, and then there should be a couple of videos that I'm really looking forward to doing for the rest of February. So, okay, Gano's leaving again, but I'm leaving too. So, thank you all for watching, and see you with a video. Oh, actually, before the video next Friday, there is, of course, Ranger again on Wednesday. So, I'll see you then. Bye, everyone. Oh, Gano says wait, right before I click end, I see a big wait. Oh, what is the next redesign? Yes, good. Thank you for that, Gano. Yeah, we can't end yet because we have to decide what's going to be next. And so CONKELDUR ended up decided for today because I forgot to do this last time. Last time when we did Arceus, I forgot to get you guys to decide what should be next. And then because CONKELDUR was the number 2 voted option, that's what I decided to go with. But throw out your ideas. You want me to redesign Umbreon? Okay. I will put it there. 2 people voted for Umbreon. Inteleon. Is that on here? It is on here. Okay. I'm myself going to add some of the Gen 8, some what I think are some of the worst designs of Gen 8. We already did Stonjourner and IceQ, but Greedent should be on the list of possibilities as well. What else? Minun and Pluzzle. Hang on, there was a second Inteleon vote. The Minun and Pluzzle, is that Luminion has already been voted before. Minun and Pluzzle have also been suggested before. Okay. Boltund, is that one on here? Yes, Boltund is on here. What are the other Pokemon I talked about? Oh, I talked about Glastrier. And Colossal. Yeah, Carkol and Colossal are already on here. Calyrex, okay, yep. Oh, actually, Calyrex I feel like may have been suggested before. Yes, Calyrex has been suggested before. Okay. Final evolutions for Galar, actually, Inteleon needs the most work, but Cinderace and even the amazing Rillaboom could use a touch-up. I wouldn't do all 3 of them together, but Cinderace has not been suggested, and I don't think Rillaboom has either. No. I wouldn't do all the 3 of them together just because that would be just because that would be 3 redesigns in a single stream, and that's a lot. The Elemental Monkeys, that's 3 votes for the Elemental Monkeys. I feel like they must be on here already. Elemental monkeys. Yep, they are on here. And that's another one that would have to be like, that would probably have to end up being 2, if not 3 different streams, but okay, I think that's enough suggestions to get us going on the votes for next time. So I'll do the top 5 that have been suggested. Oh, hang on. Okay, so there was another vote for Inteleon, Gramble, and Samurott. Okay. Oh, Gramble. I thought Gramble actually had been suggested before, but it has not. Okay, so the top 5 options, the top 5 most suggested options: Inteleon, the Elemental Monkeys, Ducklet and Swanna, Carkol and Colossal, and Luminion. So Inteleon, Monkeys, Swanna, Colossal, and Luminion. I will put a second tick for Inteleon for Samurott, but now I want you to just like spam in the chat. Well, maybe not spam because I think YouTube will prevent you from posting too often, but comment in the chat which one you think should be next: Inteleon, Monkeys, Swanna, Colossal, or Luminion. I see Inteleon, I see Monkeys. No surprise, since those are the top 2 voted ones, top 2 suggested ones. Inteleon, Monkeys, Inteleon. Okay, nobody cares about the other ones. Swanna, Colossal, and Luminion have not been put in there at all. Okay, so it's just gonna be either Elemental Monkeys or Inteleon. I'm seeing a lot of Inteleon. I'm seeing Kyle repeating Elemental Monkeys a lot. I think I'm being more swayed by Inteleon at the moment. But it's basically just like Gano versus Kyle at the moment. And of course, like, the other ones will continue having the number of votes that they have, and if they get suggested more, they get better chance in the future. The Monkeys and Inteleon, it's a lot of I'm seeing both of them a lot. Okay, we'll do Inteleon. Inteleon is also the one that had the most suggestions, so we'll do Inteleon next. And that will be on February 27th. The day after Pokemon Day, if I'm not mistaken. So, Inteleon it is, and then, yeah, on February 27th. Oh, that's gonna be a busy weekend. Okay. All right. Again, thank you so much for watching, and will we be alive by then? We'll find out. In theory, I guess we will do Inteleon on February 27th at the usual time. And anything else that I wanted to say? No, I think so. I think that's it. Okay. At this point, goodbye.